Let's be innovative. Let's challenge a norm. Let's raise the bar. Let's be the elite.
To be the best, one must beat the best. Ovals, road courses, the streets of iconic cities, race after race, the top sim racing IndyCar stars will battle it out. In sim racing, it doesn't get any better than this. This is their battleground, for the checkered flag, for the glory, for the right to say they are the best. The cars and stars of the Lionheart IndyCar Series, presented by ButtKicker, are ready to race.
Today, prepare for the unexpected. 2022 has been the year of Phil Krause, but there are some races that are a lottery. The type of race you don't win, you survive. NASCAR has Daytona and Talladega. Today, the Lionheart IndyCar Series visits the rolling hills of Michigan. Welcome to the battlegrounds. Welcome to the ButtKicker Michigan 200. Hello everyone and welcome back to RaceSpot TV and the 2022 Lionheart IndyCar Series. The Lionheart Racing Series is powered by HyperX, makers of premier gaming gear like the legendary ultra-comfortable Cloud line of gaming headsets. Whatever you play, however you play, HyperX knows we're all gamers. For more information on HyperX products, visit hyperx.com. My name is Arjuna Kankipati, delighted to be joined in the RaceSpot TV commentary booth once more by Justin Prince, and let's dive straight into our ButtKicker pre-race show. It's the second of 4 races in the month of August. It is going to be a busy time, JP. Today is a race that will test the nerves, it will test the patience as we go pack racing at Michigan.
And it's going to be very, very difficult, to say the very least, tonight here from the Irish Hills of Michigan. When it comes to this racetrack, drivers expected to try and have a battle with the fuel mileage, to try and have a battle with the cars in and of themselves, with the tools amongst their cars, to be able to make sure they keep up with the major adjustments they'll have to have throughout the pack today. This is not going to be an easy facility to try and tackle here at this prestigious racetrack with so much history over its years and so many fans who have made their way into the real world facilities gates in recent years, ready to make their way into the virtual world tonight.
There's the look at the facility with its 18 degrees of banking through the corner. Going to be fascinating to see the multiple lines being taken. Here's a look at the Next Level Racing Series schedule. With half the campaign done, we're winding into the final stages. This quadruple header through the month of August, very much going to dictate the tempo that drivers enter the closing stages with. And of course, the final race of the month will see us head to Twin Ring Motegi's Oval before a couple of weeks later we return, this time to the road course configuration. Then 2 races in the month of October, with Barber and Milwaukee taking center stage, Kansas and Phillip Island separated by a couple of weeks. In the month of November, all roads lead to Auto Club, the Double Points Triple Crown Showdown, December 11th. It is going to be electric. And as we look at the ButtKicker driver standing, there's only one story to talk about, JP. It is the dominance that is 2022, that is Philip Kraus. What a season it has been. 4 drivers have won races other than Phil Kraus, and none of them are repeat winners.
And it shouldn't be surprised to see how Phil Kraus has performed in the standings. He showcased that speed and potential last year we've talked about, and this season he's taken it to another level and then some. Race winner at Road America to start the quadruple header. Last time out over the 31 laps there. Did that by a sizable margin, in fact, as well. Shouldn't be a surprise team in contention, since he was in contention here last year for the victory. But don't forget, Alexander Van der Sand's been very quick in practice throughout the race preparation, and drivers like Connor Harrington have been trying to execute the swap draft. Harrington 5th in the point standings in a tight battle, in fact, for the top 3 with Matt Taylor and Caleb Bensi.
Hey, 2nd through 10th is a pretty tight battle. Of course, we'll factor in drop weeks as we work our way through the rest of this championship. And if you look at the driver standings, you see one name stand out. It's, well, not a surprise to see private label Team Hype dominate in this HyperX Team Championship. They've led since the start of 2021. They are not looking to relinquish the crown this year. Well and truly on their way to another championship win, now sailing clear of Powerslide Adrenaline. It is a strong rookie class that we have for 2022. Of course, Phil Kraus leads the driver standings. He leads the rookie standings as well. But the likes of Van der Sand, Malechka, Newsom, drivers we saw with part-time campaigns in 2021 taking the step forward have been impressive in 2022. But perhaps the standout name of the real rookies, if you will, JP, is Caleb Bensi with the Team Race First car running 3rd in this rookie championship.
In the overall standings, as well as we've seen earlier on. So for Bensi, this might be a good chance for him to perform well and be able to try and propel himself to 2nd in these rookie standings if he does well here at this racetrack as well. Keep in mind, drivers like Mitchell Riggs also been pretty quick when it comes to the bigger racetracks this season. So a couple of rookies to keep an eye on here in the ButtKicker rookie standings.
Quick look at your series details presented by Gomez Sim Industries. It's Series 10 of the Lionheart IndyCar Series in Year 9 of the Lionheart Racing Series. We're in this classic Dallara IR18 that has been revolutionized with the aero screen, but they're all racing a custom fixed setup built by RaceSpot's own Andrew Kinsella. They have the use of the in-car tools, the front and rear anti-roll bars, the weight jacker as well, to get the most out of the machine. Cash and prizes have jumped from $7,000 in 2021 to over $10,000 in 2022. Our champion will walk away with a Gomez Sim Industries Formula Pro Elite rim, as well as a Next Level Racing GT track cockpit. And of course, with 2 of our Triple Crowns in the books, only one is left, the Auto Club Showdown that will conclude our season. It does seem as though we have a new champion in just a couple of months' time, with Adam Blocker sitting 10th in points, Phil Kraus running away with the championship. At least, though, when it comes to the team championship, some stability as the private label Team Hype continue to run away at the front. The Moser Racing event details see us return to the Irish Hills of Michigan, but it's just a week after the challenge of America's National Park at Speed. It is time for the high-speed game of chess that will devolve here today. And because it is such a wild card of a race, pole position has never been able to convert to victory. 5 times we've seen the victor emerge from outside of the top 10. It's a race with the potential for chaos. It's the race, though, that in historical terms has been rather clean, with no cautions set back in Season 3. A close finish in Season 6, the 7th closest in season history, but it was a close finish 12 months ago, JP, when Phil Krause was looking on course to taking his first Lionheart career victory. Adam Blocker stole the victory coming to the line. In the story of what was 2021, Krause looks to make amends for that moment here today.
In the words of Rick Allen, to put it simply, Blocker turned hard left to be able to get himself underneath the white line towards the final lap. Remember, that's the rule when it comes to the series. You can't go underneath it until the final lap. And that was so critical to secure Blocker's chance last year to try and diamond the corner, to be able to pass by Phil Krause with the slingshot to be able to win this race. It might come down to it this time around. This is a racetrack which has had 4 different lap distances in the event's history. And of course, this is the most prevalent of those formats, with the 100 laps on the docket after being a Triple Crown race for a couple seasons.
Take a couple of looks at the track itself as drivers warm themselves up in the practice session that is about to come to a conclusion. About 70 seconds are left in this session. You can see some puffs of smoke as drivers really test the limits. It's Phil Krause that sits on top of practice. Jason Galvin behind him, Kinsella, Musselman, Riggs, Blocker, Branch, Krause, Harrington, Frazier, the top 10. Let's give a quick shout out to the other Krause in our field. Matthias Krause had a bumper race last time out, building off the performance that he had at the Iowa Speedway. He is really starting to find some form, and when you run by yourself in a championship like this, JP, yes, it's a fixed setup competition. However, we know just how much time you'll find in the in-car tools.
We were talking about this at full length, in fact, that these tools are expected to be very critical here today, because this is not an easy track in terms of the grip levels, in terms of how you're going to be able to drive the race car around the racetrack. The tools expect to be very active here today, to say the very least. But the main talking point, too, when it comes to those tools also is going to be how you want to utilize them in terms of your positioning on the racetrack, if anything. And I'm not talking about just the lines, I'm talking about where you want to be in the pack today, because fuel mileage has been a major discussion point for today, with the difference between front of the pack fuel burn and those who are in the draft and able to save the gas.
Practice will come to a close. Qualifying will get underway. How important is qualifying? It remains to be seen. 2 drivers have end-of-line penalties. Adriano Pinheiro's end-of-line carries forward after missing the race at Road America. Andrew Kinsella, after having an argument with poor Caleb Bensi, finds himself starting at the tail end of the field as well. JP mentioned earlier this is a race that has been a staple on series schedules, however, has been varying in length. It started with the 84-lap affair in Season 1, 125 laps 12 months after that. For 5 years, though, it was 100 laps of stable racing. 2 years we tried out this as a Triple Crown race. What a race it was last time out. And the year before, it was a fuel mileage game. Sage Karam, Adam Blocker, and Andrew Kinsella battling all the way to the very end. What a race that one was. Today we return to the 100 laps, 200 miles. We're expecting chaos. We're expecting, like JP said, fuel mileage to play its factor. And that means, I think, Justin, qualifying, it's more important to understand where you are in relation to those around you. Who can you trust? Who do you need to avoid?
And I think track position is going to be very critical in this type of a race, where you don't want to necessarily start at the back and have to do, say, a Barrett Rolfe, which we've seen Rolfe one time go from to the back to the front in 6 laps. It's not going to be easy to do that here today, even with the amount of draft and slingshot, because of how critical it is to be able to hit your fuel marks to make sure you can make it on a natural 2-stop. So in our words, I wouldn't be surprised to see these drivers really try and execute with the tools, make sure they get that rotation down. The tough thing in that rotation too going to be, can they make sure they don't bobble it out of turn 4? Because the steering offset we discussed a bit before tonight is one that is not as comfortable compared to some of the other races.
Might cause a few issues off of corner exit. 3 lap times on the board. Drivers get the track to themselves and 5 minutes on the clock to set 2 lap times. Can use all the 5 minutes if you want. As soon as the clock strikes 0, qualifying is done. Galvin across the line to complete lap 2. No improvement for him. Maybe indicating lap 1, be somewhat against the grain, will be the faster lap inside of the session. Lanini roars to the top as it stands right now. We wait though for the likes of Phil Kraus, Connor Harrington, Van der Sande and Brophy to take to the track. We watch as Kite Bommersbach winds up for his second qualifying attempt.
And I was keeping an eye on these drivers, in fact, in practice a little bit earlier tonight. As Bommersbach hits the apron, that's going to negate the second lap entirely at this point for the 37. But that first lap is indeed looking to be the better of the 2 laps, because that's when, after that second lap builds up, a bit more tire heat's built into the tires. Yes, usually you like to have the heat in the tires, but it also usually ends up being a couple 100 slower on average for most drivers. The main thing to watch for is the 32.4s were the quickest of the drivers in solo times, and those were the ones who were able to paint the white and yellow lines around the corner without bobbling, going across the first seam, and without having to majorly lift. It's a difference of at least 2 miles an hour down the straightaway if you can execute this properly in the corners.
Musselman goes to the top, 1,000th quicker than Carey. The lap times start to filter on in. With the pressure on, 90 seconds left in qualifying. Bensi cuts to the apron, roars his way to the line. Is there any improvement for the 29? Jumps up to 3rd. The pressure is on Kraus and Harrington, starting their qualifying flyers.
And I noticed this with Van der Sande just now. He was elected to try and throw away the first lap and build up the speed for the second. We'll see if Kraus is able to build himself some good speed here. He's looking like he's playing the same strategy, Arjuna. Try and mitigate some of the fuel burn, have a lighter car, go full tilt during the second lap.
Phil Kraus has 8 poles in 13 races in 2022. Can he take pole number 6 on the bounce? He'll cut to the apron. He'll roar his way to the line. Phil Kraus across the line. Where does it put him? It puts him to the top of 32.381. Kraus a full 300th quicker than his teammate in Connor Harrington.
I think a little tire magic coming into play, just say the
Blocker!
very least in terms of...
Blocker to the top by 200ths of a second. Sorry, JP, but Adam Blocker is here to spoil the party. Phil Kraus down to 2nd.
I think the party still has a chance to be spoiled, though. You have Brophy, Van der Sande, Malechka the 3rd trying to charge up. One of them is already at least spinning through the grass, and it looks like at this point, Blocker's time is going to stand.
What a qualifying session this one was. It's going to be a lottery of a race. The one thing you control, what you do in qualifying. It will be Adam Blocker that starts from the pole, but it's time to run you down through the starting grid for the ButtKicker Michigan 200. And here's a look at the ButtKicker starting grid. It is Adam Blocker that is here to spoil the party. It is pole position number 26 for the 4-time series champion. To his outside will be the one that looks to make amends for what was a roller coaster in 2021. It will be Phil Kraus alongside with Adam Blocker, Malechka and Harrington sharing row 2. Jason Brophy, a great qualifying performance in the 88 to be alongside Brian Beard in the Synergy Motorsports Silver number 5. Behind them, Alexander Van der Sande and AJ Musselman roll from row number 4. Carey and Bensi make up the top 10 with Sexton and Larkamp 11th and 12th positions. From number 13 will be Joe Branch with Chris Lanini in the Graphics LPM number 92 to his right-hand side. Tyler Graf, Kai Bommersbach 15th and 16th with Ron Hacker and Luis Gonzalez Nunez sharing row 9. The top 18 split by just over 0.2 of a second. Taylor and Marquez bookend the top 20 with Jenkins and Guyon 21st and 22nd. Jason Galvin and Adam Frazier 23rd and 24th. Matthias Kraus has some work to do. The final car with a lap time on the board from 25th will roll the Crescent Motorsport number 59, looking for a third consecutive top 10 finish. Adriano Pinheiro will drop to the end of the field with Callisto, Riggs and Houston not putting in lap times. Kinsella another one that will drop backwards. Rigney and Brandt, two more looking to maybe get out of the chaos zone. As the field stacks up on pit lane JP, the tension mounts in Michigan.
And it's such a beautiful facility to hit upon this once more. Was here personally just a few weeks ago. And when it came to the facility, when it came to hosting stock car racing, the entire facility was packed in the campgrounds. These drivers ready to try and roar in front of the virtual equivalent here today.
As always, featured onboard cameras to run you down. Let's start with Chris Lanini in the number 92 car, who carries the Graphics Esports onboard camera. World-class design for the real world to virtual. Visit graphicsesports.com.
Tonight with the ButtKicker onboard camera, taking a look at Kite Bomber's back. Sim racing is better with ButtKicker. Visit thebuttkicker.com.
Jason Brophy rolls from inside of the top 3 rows with the Next Level Racing onboard camera. Take your racing to the next level. Visit nextlevelracing.com.
And with the HyperX on board, it's Brian Carey. Whatever you play, however you play, HyperX knows we're all gamers, and HyperX is always ready to game.
What a crazy race we're in for. Justin, any predictions as we get ready to bring the thunder?
Don't be surprised to see 4 wide to start things off in the early going in the heart of the pack. I think we won't see too many crazy things, at least in the early going outside of the 4 wide, but the prediction is simple. If you want to win this race, you need to be amongst that top 12 in the early going, I think, to have a shot.
Competition, commitment, excitement. The last 2 years, the Lionheart IndyCar Series came to Michigan with 500 miles on the agenda. Today, it feels like a sprint. Just 200 miles, just 100 laps. But we know we're in for the chaos. It's time to bring the thunder. We're underway for the ButtKicker Michigan 200. It's a nice tidy start. Blocker single files his way to the front of the field. Kraus, Harrington, Malechka tuck in. It's Van der Sat inside of the top 10. The first car looking to the inside, almost 3 wide as they ramp off of turn 4, but Blocker will lead to complete lap number 1.
Try and make the move on Blocker in the early going. We talked a bit about the fuel mileage. Fuel mileage today expected to be 31 laps in clean air, 35 in the draft. That is a major difference in the fuel marks, and could be the difference between a 3-stop and a 2-stop to make it to the end on gas. So in other words, I want to be surprised to see some patience being played by the private label team Hype Machines if they don't build up in the big enough run on Blocker here.
To some degree, becomes a question of, does Adam Blocker try to tuck back into line? Looking rearwards from your race leader again. Van der Sat tucking down low, trying to work his way past Benzie, maybe Brian Beard as well. Not too many swaps in the front of the field. Only Harrington and Malechka swapping inside of the top 5. Benzie has got a good start. He's up 3 positions, dictating what he wants to do in this race after struggling at Road America. You see the multiple lines. That's one thing to expect, Justin. Drivers finding grip no matter where they go on the track.
Absolutely. This is a multi-groove racetrack. A lot of drivers will want to be below that first seam when it comes to today. But there is a lot of grip to be found towards the second seam grip. Alexander Van der Sat pushing his luck, though, just about nearly spun it around for the second time in 3 laps, nearly off the back tire of Brophy off of turn 2.
And that's a bit of a send to the inside. Van der Sat trying to work together with his teammates, maybe box out the private label team Hype. Van der Sat goes from 7th to 5th in one corner. It was aggressive and now looks to the outside. Van der Sat on the charge, almost runs into Harrington. 3 wide into turn 1.
I think that's showing the difference on strategies. Van der Sat wants track position. Private label team Hype just wants to ride and save. And that's going to be important to watch for the rest of this run. Here comes Van de Sande looking for the lead already.
Maybe this is the swap draft. It was estimated to be about a 10.5 per lap again for those at the front of the field. Will Van de Sande and Blocker start to work together? One driver knows what he's got to do. 3 wide across the line. It's Musselman in the middle. Malechka pinched down low. He goes from inside of the top 4 to battling inside of the top 10. What a change of momentum. Still the pack is formed. 32 cars still going. Spinner off of turn 1.
Caution is out, and it's Mitchell Riggs involved in this one. Mike Rigney also having a bit of a spur up in the midst of the pack in the checkup. But this is to be expected in the heart of the pack with things intensifying. Something was going to have to give in the early going, and it looked like in that case, it was Riggs' rear end giving out on the corner exit right across the seam.
Let's see if we can look from up above. It was a close call, and then in the checkup, they did all manage to get through. Close call. It's a surprise maybe to some that instead of the yellow being at the tail end of the field, it wasn't at the front of the field. Let's talk about Alexander Van der Sande, and let's talk about the no-holds-barred attitude that he has brought today to Michigan.
Well, Van de Sande's made it clear already with how he's handled the first couple laps. He doesn't want to be buoyed around. He wants the track position. He wants to be in control of this field. And now he's gotten himself that control. But you know what this caution also brings? The chance for Van de Sande to also dictate the strategy, because it's only been 7 laps, yes, but you can top off and easily make it a 2-stop from here at this point. We'll see if Van de Sande elects to try and top off, push on forward, or save fuel under the caution flag and push and dictate as there's the split strategy.
Top 3 will stay out. A couple more further back filter to the right side. Stay on track. Bensi, I saw Carey, Larkamp, Jenkins, but a split call. There's always going to be one to watch when it came to an early cycle of cautions. We talked about the different mileages for the race. When this race in the years past was 100 miles in length, we had it all. 0 cautions, 2 cautions, even 8 cautions. There's a lot of unknown. I don't know if drivers can necessarily expect that we can go green from here to the end, although we said that at Homestead, JP, at our season opener in 2022. We went flag to flag without a caution.
Well, this is a racetrack where it naturally has long green flag runs, because while it looks a bit tight in terms of the racing confines today, the space is there. Let's take another look at this replay, though, and just talk about the save by Riggs, because he rides the seam here, right? Has to make sure he's got it perfectly timed to loop it around in a way that doesn't snap fully towards the safer barrier to the left of the racetrack. That's some good heads-up work and good pedal work to be able to time up when to get back on the gas and be able to angle the steering wheel just in the right way, especially with the offset today, to be able to make sure that that car doesn't continue to loop its way around the inside of the track.
It's a bunch of drivers that came into this race with laps led, but no victories to speak of. Malechka, the highest of them, 66 laps led. No victory. Chris Fowler, 44 laps led. No victory. Galvin, 43 laps led. No victory. Kinsella, Harrington, 37, 38 laps respectively. We'll see if today we'll flip them around. Maybe conversely to that, Adam Blocker, just 20 laps led. He only had to lead 1 in 2021. It was across the line to grab the checkered, the move that grabbed the victory for Adam Blocker. So, we didn't talk about track conditions, JP, but have looked above the circuit. It is quite cloudy. We aren't seeing too much sun baking down onto the track. So by logic, it is a cool day, and it is only going to get cooler from here. With not much wind to speak of, it is a perfect type of day to go pack racing.
Yeah, the grip levels are high. That means the speeds are high. You also have a lot of draft that's expected here. The draft actually giving a little bit of a backdraft down the back straightaway at 5 miles an hour currently to the southwest. Going to be a headwind down the front straightaway for the race today, so that may explain a little bit as some of the resistance or some of the passing in the early going. But now with the strategy swap around, this is going to be the intriguing part of things, especially if it goes green, because you have some drivers putting up that Hail Mary with the track position like Kinsella, who's in start 125 of his Lionheart IndyCar Series career today. Going to be not easy to hold off the drivers on fresh tires, 12th on back.
11 stayed out. 12th on back. We'll have fresh rubber. Will be able to potentially carve their way forward. Restart number 1. We'll see us form single file. Wobble our way up to the right side. The control of Alexander Van der Sant, who has roared to the front. What does he do on the restart? Back underway for the ButtKicker Michigan 200. It's a good jump from Van der Sant. Kraus on the back of Blocker, but they build up the tempo. They build up the momentum. We know what's about to devolve.
And I'm already keeping my eye on that battle for 11th position because Kinsella did not get going at all, it looked like, off the start. Just looking like they just want to ride and save a little bit, wait and pick up their spots. Speaking of spots, though, up at the front, Blocker we've seen for a moment, got the zip on Van der Sant, and is now looking to zip off and away for the time being in that now swap draft pack that's formed up.
Yeah, I think we'll see the teammates try and collaborate. Van der Sant back to the lead. Let's see if they're able to splinter up the pack. That was one thing that drivers were concerned with. If you pit and you were at the very tail end of the leading pack on the restart, if drivers at the front formed up, you could be left in the dust. We'll see how it devolves. Bensi Kraus, Carey Larkham Jenkins, Marquez, Galvin Pinheiro currently running the top 10. We have not seen fresh tires be able to slice and dice just yet. It's Bensi that looks down low as they run to turn 1.
And Bensi right there just proving how intriguing it is with the amount of runs you can get. And compared to previous seasons, how easy it is to break up the swap draft here at Michigan today. Because if you get the run from third spot, get alongside second, boom, you immediately break up the swap draft and have that huge run to take the race lead if you want. So it's not going to be surprised to see the swap work for a couple laps, then break up after a couple laps, then drivers box each other in and try and play defensive lines here.
Jenkins got a good run. Larkham maybe a better run. Almost 3 wide into 1. Harrington may be able to finally work past Kinsella, but look at the swarm in front of him. Pinheiro almost runs himself up into the wall as Marquez will run down low, allow Harrington and Kinsella to work their way through. Starting to feel, again, quite tense, JP, as they're almost 3 wide off of turn number 4.
I was about to say Harrington's the only one, in fact, who has made any forward progress in the midst of this pack, and it looks like he wants to go, but he also doesn't want to go too far or too hard, so to speak. And what I mean by that is he doesn't want to force it 3 wide this early. It seems like he wants to be able to peel away, get himself a bit of a buffer like he's doing right now. Just pick his spots, let the momentum take him up to the front instead of forcing it from the get-go. And make sure he still saves those fuel marks.
I think to some degree Adam Blocker is going to be relieved that he's not leading, but Bensi is not working together as well as Van der Sant was. Harrington straight down the inside from 8th to 4th in the blink of an eye. The private label team hype car goes on the charge. He fights for 3rd. Oh, wrecking out of turn 2, and it's the big one. Kinsella, Galvin, all in a heap in the inside on the back straightaway. Caution flies for the 2nd time today.
Pinheiro also involved, Brian Carey involved on the outside. At least 5+ cars involved in this one, and it gets ugly when it happens. But all it takes is one driver to get tangled up with an error off the corner exit with the steering today. And it seems like Kinsella got tangled up right here. Watch this corner exit.
And watch Milechko right behind. The red and white is going to get on past. We'll get a look on board potentially for those behind, but as they spear down low, you can see Galvin and the Alcantech NHR machine getting caught up. Pinheiro comes together with Carey on the outside. That's how those two get some damage as a result of this one. That could have been a whole lot worse, though.
Yeah, that could have been much, much bigger. Brian Carey was trying to dodge all of that and just snapped to the right, it looked like, for a moment. And here's Robert Wetchka III, who's a good example of how it could have been much worse. You see this angle right there. Just a small bobble from the middle car is enough to parlay that. Wow, indeed.
This in some ways feels more like pod racing than it does motor racing, but we'll see a couple more cars onto pit road. Bensi, Blocker, Van der Sant stay out. Harrington will lead the field back down onto pit road.
And I think at this point, I don't blame him because, again, he's been able to cut through the pack at least once already, and the main thought, I think, for most people at this point is you don't want to pit under green. You don't want to risk losing that amount of time under green flag conditions. May as well come in and pit under the caution flag, top off, because essentially it's only a net loss of about 6 positions for Harrington, and we've seen how good Harrington's already been throughout this race today.
2 cautions inside of 20 laps. You get the sense there will be a lot more. 32 started. He might be down to potentially 27 left running. Bensi, Blocker, Van der Sant, the trio at the front who have yet to dance down onto pit road. Branch, Beard, Taylor, the first 3 cars that stayed out after already pitting in the earlier cycle of cautions that we had. They are one of 6 machines to have done so. It means 10th on back, JP will have fresh rubber. And like you said, we know what Harrington can do in carving his way through the dirty traffic, the dirty air from traffic in front of him. What can Kraus, what can Malechko, what can Brophy do now? Because these are strong names that have plenty of dirty air in front.
That's going to be the major question, I think, right now is how it's all played out at this point. I find it most intriguing Bensi, Blocker, and Van der Sant's calls here, though, because while the tire fall-off hasn't been significant, if anything, it's been dead even in terms of the fall-off so far. I think they're just banking on this to continue to have caution, precaution, precaution, to the point where they can make it just a simple one-stop. They're basically banking on there being a caution in the next 15 laps again. It's the best way you can put it here. By Trish trying to hold on to the track position, knowing if you get a caution in 15 laps, everyone comes back down again, guess what? They're the race leaders and in control of the pack.
Rob Malechka has jumped not just into our YouTube chat, but into his Powerslide Team Discord as well. I always get confused how he can focus on pacing, sometimes racing as well, while typing away in various Discord, YouTube, whatever chats he is in. But he makes...
Not easy.
Yeah, it's not easy. I've tried, and I've run straight up into a wall, which is why I highlight it, because I've told him to focus on the racing. We have Brian Carey lined up for an interview. We'll get a chat from him once we get this race back underway. It was an interesting restart last time. I think if you're Blocker and Van der Sant, you've got to think how we can work with Bensi on this restart now, JP.
Yep, I think for Bensi, he's proven that at the very least, Blocker and Van der Sant don't want to pass him necessarily yet. I think they like the potential of just saving the fuel right now. What I find most intriguing is Branch is trying to build a major buffer between them already, trying to time this up for the restart to try and get a jump on first and second and third here.
Well, the top 3 still yet to dive down to pit road. The field behind them looking to pounce on strategy. Back underway for the ButtKicker Michigan 200. A good start from the top 3. First side-by-side moment inside of the top 15 as Musselman sees Lanini and Marquez go side-by-side. Van der Sant again commits to the outside groove. You mentioned about the buffer. It's not played out too badly. Branch is on the tail end of the top 3. Beard has some separation. Blocker goes to the inside, looks for the lead.
And there's nothing you can do to defend that at that point, because there's just so big of a run that you just have to let it on go. The major thing is, does Bensi elect to save? It looks like he's elected to save. Compare that to some of the others on fresh tires. They are not electing to save too much. If anything, because of their strategy difference, they're trying to push here, the private label team hype machines, trying to use the different line, get clean air, rotate the center on the corner exit, get the power down to get around Bobbers back and company.
I wonder if this is a strategy from Powerslide to work with Branch, who is also part of Powerslide, albeit running in effect by himself, running for points in a team championship by himself. I wonder if they think they can block out Bensi and allow Van der Sant and Blocker to swap at the front now unperturbed. We'll have to wait and see. At least as it plays out right now, it's been 2 laps where Blocker and Van der Sant were able to execute on the swap. On this third lap, though, Benzie able to get past on Joe Branch. Here comes Harrington to the inside as he looks to work his way forward.
And I noticed this last run, it takes a couple laps for them to activate in terms of the tires. Once they do activate with the momentum, if you choose the right line, boy, do those tires make sure you rotate on the entry to the center corner. Harrington proving exactly that, just able to carry at least 2 miles an hour more speed compared to everybody else that corner.
Ooh, couple of bobbles there as they work down the back straightaway. 3 wide with Taylor looking down low. Harrington chops off his nose though. The Madworks Motorsports car will slide all the way up the track in front of Phil Krause. Still fighting almost onto the wall as they power off of turn 4. You mentioned we get the chance to chat to one of your drivers. Let's bring on in Powerslide Motorsports' Brian Carey, who's been standing by rather patiently. Brian, you asked me, or you told me if you ended up in this situation, there was one question I had to ask you. What was the strategy for today?
Well, Arjuna, I've got to tell you, not die, and as you can see, unfortunately, I was not successful.
It is one of those races, though, where it is very much a gamble. How tense were those early moments? The first caution, of course, kind of helped settle those nerves.
You know, actually, the first caution kind of brought it back a little bit because I found myself where, I qualified 9th. I was sitting in the middle of the pack. It was pretty chill up to that point. I understand it was a single car crash, so, not the big pile up there. After the restart, it became a little bit more tense. But really, we're fuel saving, and it's chill. It's totally chill until it's not. And unfortunately, that's what happened.
So in your opinion, tires, how much of a difference maker will they make if we get to the end of the race and we see some gambles from drivers that have stayed out there and elect to run to the end of the race on worn rubber?
I think the worn rubber, I think it's still possible. It's all about your track positioning and you get clean air. Obviously, if you're in in a battle with 2 or 3 guys in particular, and you're the one with fresh tires, then you're in the catbird seat at that point. But I don't think it's going to be as critical. The temperatures are really coming down, so the cars are sticking pretty good, and I think you could make those tires last a little bit. So, it'd be a gamble to go on that, and you'd probably be able to make your way to the front, but it's kind of hard to say right now.
We'll let you go, Brian. Sorry for the luck. This is going to be one of the crazier races that we've had in 2022. Great to get the opinions of Brian Carey, but while we were chatting to him, JP, it's hard to not note how much too-wide activity that we've been having as the temperatures do start to drop off.
And it's essentially became fresh tires on the bottom, older tires on the top. How about 3 wide, though, for the race lead?
Blocker down low with Van der Sande in the middle, Benzie holding that upper groove. Worn rubber at the front for now. Malechka has been able to work to 4th. Beard and Branch then split them from Connor Harrington. 3 Powerslide Motorsports cars run inside of the top 4 in a race where they need to start building to close the private label team hype in our HyperX Team Championship. Midway through turn 3 and 4, they were almost 4 wide. They are starting to build up the aggression once more as we await Blocker, Benzie, and Van der Sande down to pit road in maybe 10 laps time.
At the very minimum, they can definitely, with the caution flags, I think, make it on the 2-stop. It's just going to be the matter of how it plays out the rest of the race in terms of their timing. They're going to have to hope that they're all in sync. Here's the tough thing. Right now, the power slide cars of Van der Sande and Blocker are in sync. Benzie's not so much in terms of wanting to play the same games they've been willing to play. In terms of their swapping, in terms of how the line's been faring up. And the tough thing is, Malechka III's ready to break up this party. Try and break Benzie away, and that's going to hurt him, or he can nearly spin it.
Good car control this time, though, not even getting to a 45-degree angle. Yes, Malechka will drop to 8th. Yes, the tires will be screaming in pain, but we know Malechka can work his way forward. With 12 laps on the tires, there's still a long way to go in this race.
Just that treacherous corner exit along the seam. There is a slight difference in banking between the below the first seam and above that first seam, and when you cross it, that car gets so light, and some of these drivers are just getting very fluttery riding that exact part of the seam that Malechka just did.
All right, again, and watch the hands of Malechka on this onboard look. You do see a bit of a chop from Van der Zandt. Don't think that was a big factor. It's the calmness under pressure that stands out to me. Malechka knew that it was seconds from disaster, doesn't panic, doesn't overcorrect, lets the car come back into control. Malechka back up into the top 5.
And I think at this point that line's starting to go away just like that. I wouldn't be surprised to see some drivers try and utilize more of the second line with how things are playing out in 1 and 2. 3 and 4, it's okay. 3 and 4, you can make it work because it's not as big of a banking difference. So when it comes to this, now it's going to be the matter of how they time it up for that pit entry coming up here in terms of communicating that with the rest of this field. That's going to be so critical for some of these drivers as we see AJ Musselman.
This is more like a oval race that harkens back to the day of the manufacturer aero kits. Type of racing that we saw, of course, at Auto Club at the end of 2015 and memorable races at Texas. Something that we're not familiar, though, with this Dallara IR18. Not in the last 6 or so years have we seen a race in the real world in the NTT IndyCar Series as treacherous as this, as fraught with danger, where 1 millimeter of a mistake could end not just your race, but those behind you as well. After this, though, Justin, it is a very different sort of an oval that we go to. 7 days from today, we go to the Worldwide Technology Raceway, the egg-shaped oval that will challenge and befuddle drivers in equal measure.
And the amount of times I've seen drivers break themselves in terms of handling that egg-shaped racetrack is astounding as well, I will say. Turn 2 is so treacherous when it comes to this series and that racetrack. So I think that's going to be a very big challenge and a very big learning curve for a couple drivers to make sure they don't pound into the wall or loop it out into the inside barriers at that racetrack next time out. But this time around, you have that difference maker of having the sweeping turns. It's very contrast heavy, where you can't even compare the two different racetracks.
That was pretty fine, the margin between Malechka and chopping himself off the nose of, I think it was Branch, potentially Beard as well. Can tell that he's not letting that mistake get to him as he now works to the inside of Bensi, just yet again fighting to regain a stranglehold on a podium spot. The 91 car will get it done with ease. We talk about how they're all on a fixed setup, JP, but some drivers adapt better than others, some able to find in-car tools that work better than others. Malechka might just be the most comfortable man on the track.
Absolutely. He's been looking so smooth in the traffic, outside of course, bubbling down across the seams. But it looks like a pit stop is coming up here. The 96 is dropping back quickly to try and find that hole on the inside.
Van der Zandt very, very tentative as he winds off the banking onto the anchors. Green flag pit stops, not what Van der Zandt was gambling for, but he will be the first. He will drop a full lap behind, but don't count out Van der Zandt. You can't count out Bensi and Blocker either.
Looking like Bensi's starting to indicate that they're going to have to pit, to say the very least right now. Yes, indeed, there goes Bensi, slowing it down.
Remember, they can make it with one more stop from here. The question will be, do the iRacing gods smile on them? What do the cautions do to the strategy? Van der Zandt with a long stop, 13.5 seconds, one of the longest stops that you'll see. Lost about 5 seconds in totality. Will compare his time to Bensi, who works to the box.
Usually that indicates that there's a wing change that usually comes into play there. Van der Zandt must have had some sort of issue for him to have 14 seconds. That is going to be extremely costly by at least 4 or 5 seconds on the racetrack here compared to Blocker and Bensi in their pack.
Blocker locks up, but I don't think got in trouble for it as he works his way down pit road. Now every car on track will have made a trip to pit road. 32 started, 27 still running. 3 will be 1 lap down by virtue of the caution cycle. Blocker has to execute nice and tidy into the pit lane. Up on the jacks, full tank of fuel, 4 fresh Firestone tires being thrown onto that car. And again, he'll drop 8.4 seconds stationary. Blocker looks to regain the net track position that he enjoyed.
Now here's the tough part of the gamble now. They have to hope that it goes green for the next 20, or rather the next 10 laps or so, and at least cycles out and then let things fall where they may. And that's also the banker of how are they going to play out in the draft in terms of how they are, because they are all spread apart now. And it's at least 2 or 3 tenths a lap difference between in the draft and out of the draft right now at the moment.
Maybe only about 10 laps away from seeing Harrington Malechka down to pit road. This has been the longest run that we've had so far today. And while, yes, it has stretched itself out, by no means are there big bubbles between some of these gaggles of cars. Still inside of the top 10, there's 3 wide moments here and there. Adam Fraser, Mitchell Riggs winding out of turn 4 as they battle 10th and 11th positions. In front of them, Graf and Brophy going at it as well.
Battles all throughout the pack indeed so far, and you can see just from the look of Fraser in particular.
That was a bit aggressive.
I mean, you have to be aggressive though, Arjun. If you leave that door open, that's what I was about to say. You have that ramping opportunity up on the banking with the momentum that carries out of turn 2, where if you have the door left open, you can just drive around and waltz around the outside line, because that's where the momentum lies at that point of the corner. So you need to be a little bit cutthroat, if anything. Not too cutthroat, of course, to where it leads to contact, but if you don't be any sort of aggressive here, you're going to end up losing 5, 6, or 7 spots here.
Look at the choreographed nature of these swap drafts from Malechka and Harrington as each winds up out of the corner after taking the lead. That second car in line looks back to the inside with supreme ease. They chop off 1/10 of a second per lap. It is what the leaders need to be able to do. Tyler Graf loses some time. He drops down the order. Don't know if there was a moment there, but that 98 car well and truly bobbling.
Yeah, again, riding the seams a little bit too much right now. Graf seems to be just struggling when it comes to the midst of the draft, though, as well. Just too much aero wash or too much insensitivity possibly with the tools, but an error indication coming over the pit wall this time by Branch, expecting him to peel off this time by.
He is
Matt Taylor.
37 laps into the stint. These are a bunch of drivers that pit under the first caution cycle, not the second. There you can see those stint lengths for some of the drivers. 3rd place, 37, 7th, 8th, 9th as well. Indicated to be down, if not this time, the next time by. But look how close it was. Brophy almost runs into the back of Branch. That was a little too close for comfort.
I think that's just not hearing the pit call possibly over the radar, or at least overcommitted to the line at that point, because it was already pretty clearly said moments ago that there was a pit stop coming up over the radio. So now it's just a matter, though, of if you're some of the drivers on fresher tires can go for an error 5 or 6 or 7 more laps here, you need to get the heads up. You need to be ready for these checkups to come in from the inside.
Beard will lead Graf, Sexton to pit road as well as they lock up the left front. No penalties coming there as we inch closer and closer to the halfway mark of this ButtKicker Michigan 200. Just over 50 laps left to play. Harrington, Malechka, Kraus, Brophy, and Musselman the top 5 as they work lap 30 of this fuel run, only a couple away from diving to pit road. Musselman will come in this time around. May have putted out of fuel on the apron. We'll see if he loses any time in the lane itself. Harrington, Malechka still fight as they go. Blocker has done a good job, all things considered. First car 1 lap down, is a couple of seconds clear of Bensi behind, and poor Van der Sant, with the wing change that he had in the pit lane, Justin, has dropped to the tail end of the pack of cars.
Yeah, that takes Van de Sande out of the equation unless there's a caution flag at this point, and that's after the pit cycle, of course. Van de Sande's not going to have the draft at all, possibly, at the rate they're going, which absolutely is devastating for a driver who is leading laps early going.
It's a busy week for Lionheart tomorrow. The Lionheart Retro Series heads to the streets of Long Beach. Going to be a Royal Rumble, battle of attrition there. Similar kind of way to what we've seen today. We'll see just how much chaos the Lotus 79s will bring for us. Andrew Marquez will be the next one to peel to the left side to bring it down to pit road. Communication going to be paramount when it comes to making sure you're able to work to pit road without any trouble. We already saw just how close to disaster Jason Brophy got with cars diving to pit lane.
I think at this point, though, most of the drivers have been able to settle each other out here. And at least, for the most part, where their position is where the strategies are synced up. More pit stops coming up for the race leaders, in fact, here, though, and it looks like some of the drivers taking advantage here, including Malechka to the third.
Might have missed something that happened to Kite Bommersbach. I've seen him pop into pit lane unrequested, taking a tow to pit lane. We'll see if that 37 car came into trouble. Hacker follows in Malechka. Important cycle of pit stops here, past the halfway point of the race. Malechka has got to execute. One of the few standing Powerslide Motorsports drivers on this strategy call. Harrington will enter pit lane as Malechka rolls 8.7 seconds stationary for the 91.
Harrington off and away into the pit lane as well. Yes, indeed. But the interesting thing is how this is cycling out at the moment. Blocker and Malechka to the third are looking to be the front runners in this early going by 0.4 of a second separation. They've pulled 2 seconds up over Bensy, Musselman and company. The question mark will be, where does Harrington fall when in that regard compared to them?
Brophy leads behind him. Riggs, Frazier down to pit road with Kalisto following them as well. Malechka behind Blocker, in front, crucially, of Connor Harrington. The undercut may have worked nicely. We have to wait and see. Kraus in the lead of the race, tucked up behind Adam Blocker, who crucially is back on the leading lap.
And having to give space to Philip Kraus here, who's getting ready for their pit stop as well at this point. Now it's getting to the point where Powerslide has absolutely timed this up perfectly strategy-wise with how they've played it out. It's just fallen into their wayside for the time being amongst them. And we've seen this before when it came to Van de Sande and Blocker. Now it's Malechka to the third and Blocker. But I still like the strategy play for the 91 more so than I do for Blocker at the moment in terms of the fuel mileage.
Blocker will have a longer final stop. We'll see how it works, though, in the race off a pit road. For Kraus, nice and tidy. Releases himself off the limiter as Malechka and Blocker work door to door in through turn 1. Already past Kraus as they build off the exit of turn 2, while Kraus will emerge in third. He emerges behind the Powerslide duo, who now look to control the tempo of this race and look to break the draft. Almost 9/10 clear in that battle for first.
It's not easy to close up the draft either, too, Arjuna, and this is similar to what we've seen last year when things broke up. They broke up in this similar fashion. So now it's going to be full heads-on, full charge if you are Kraus. Or at least try and find someone to work with. Harrington is close by. Brophy is close by, but not close enough at the moment to be able to fully utilize the swap draft with them.
It was close to being able to break the toe, but they needed 3 more tenths. Already the gap has been cut in half. Phil Kraus now under half a second away from the top 2 steps of the podium, bringing Harrington, Brophy, Riggs, Frazier with him as well. A Powerslide 1-2 is about to go toe-to-toe with the private label Team Hype 1, 2, and 3. Kraus, Harrington, and Brophy are ready to show up, ready to spoil the party. Yes, there's strategy to play its factor as well, but JP, there's no guarantee the caution doesn't spoil the fun.
And that's just racing, right? You never know what's going to happen. For Bensi in particular, I find this intriguing. Bensi, it just showcases the disconnect there was between himself and those who had teammates to work with. 2 seconds the difference in the pit lane in terms of how he executed on the exit. And now Bensi is struggling to try and maintain the second pack at the moment.
It is proving to be a rather fascinating race. One final cycle of pit stops still left to play out. If you're Blocker and Malechka, surely you've got to pit together, maximize the swap drafting that will build you at the front of the field. They were tenths away from being able to run away, but Phil Krause has ensured we may be in for another photo finish here in the rolling hills of Michigan. You're watching RaceBot TV and the ButtKicker Michigan 200. Don't go anywhere. The run to the checkered flag is coming up next.
With the ButtKicker Gamer 2, what you see and what you hear is what you feel. ButtKicker, the future is feeling.
Welcome back to RaceBot TV. It's been a chaotic start to the ButtKicker Michigan 200, but the thunder is sure to continue with the run to the checkered flag still featuring one more pit stop here at the Michigan International Speedway. Hello everyone and welcome back to RaceBot TV and the 2022 Lionheart IndyCar Series. My name is Arjuna Kankipati on hand with the one and only Justin Prince. And Justin, as we wind into the final 80 miles of this race, with one pit stop still left to play, in what has already been an intense race, you can feel the tension continues to simmer.
And so many strategies are all converging into one, and that's the crazy thing about this race so far. How will this all emerge is the huge question on everybody's minds. Private label Team Hype, they've been able to work their way back up into the mix for this battle. But how about some of the other storylines quietly creeping in? Mitchell Riggs, up 23 spots, is back inside the top 5. Remember, was involved in that spin for the first caution of the race.
It was a great save from him, not the only driver with the quick hands off of turn 2 as the car is slid out to be able to bring it back into control. Maybe more spectacular was Riggs with the full 360, but Malechka with perhaps the most important save of his season. Out of turn 2, car already pitching to the left-hand side. Malechka brings it back under control, loses, yes, a spot inside of the top 10, but with strategy has worked his way back to the front of the field where he controls the tempo with his teammate Adam Blocker.
right now, the 13 drivers all have a good chance to try and win this race at the very least with how things have played out. Next pack is about an hour, second and a half back at 14th through 17th, and 5 seconds back, 18th on back. Some of the drivers who have been able to move up to this pack, though, Jay Brand, amongst those who didn't set a qualifying time. Matt Taylor has been able to qualify forward, or move his way forward, should say. Adam Frazier in particular has been able to move his way forward. Some very impressive runs through this pack, to say the very least.
We are getting to that point in the race where you can pit and make it to the end. A caution from here would not just favor the likes of Blocker, maybe Van der Sant and Bensi as well, but it would make it a sprint to the end, a sprint where subsequent cautions are no guarantee of further trips to pit lane. Yes, fresh tires have been capable of carving their way forward. I think a lot of people question if that's the tires or just the nature of this race. Onto pit road comes Alexander Van der Sant. A big lockup of the left-hand side tires. The 96 car rolls to pit lane for the final time today.
And for Van der Sant, he led most of that time in his respective packs, so that would explain why that's the case of an early pit stop. It's not going to be easy for the 96 the rest of the way to be able to make it to the fuel marks, to say the very least.
Taylor in as well in the Madworks Motorsports number 8. So, once we got within touching distance of the final end, checkered flag of the race, drivers electing to pick up their ticket to pit road. Malechka and Blocker, we expect them to come together. Blocker is on lap 30. We estimate at most he can do 3, 4, maybe 5 laps. And you'd expect him to come together with his teammate Malechka, Justin, just so that once they exit pit road, they can work together, maximize the swap draft, and build to make the undercut work.
It would make the most sense to be able to just keep up the momentum and intensity amongst them. If they split up, we've seen just going for the overcut can be pretty costly in some circumstances unless you're in the perfect prime position on your entry in the first place.
Hacker in front of Kalisto for 16th as Tyler Graf finishes his final pit stop of the race. Caleb Bensi will duck down to pit lane. Now just leaves Adam Blocker of the trio that elected not to pit in those opening 2 cautions left on track as he continues to save fuel, working with his teammates. Robert Malechka. Phil Kraus has been content to save fuel. I think maybe counter to what some would do. When you've been this successful, Justin, I think to some degree you can sit back, let the race come to you. As Blocker peels off, Malechka stays on track.
And I wasn't expecting them to come in on the same lap because it's so easy to hold each other up if you pit together in that circumstance. Now it's the matter, though, of will the call come in for the 91? Phil Kraus, though, able to take advantage and zip on by for the race lead.
For the first time in this cycle of the race, it's Phil Kraus that punches the hole in the air. Malechka straight back down the inside and doesn't seem to be committing to pit entry. As Blocker goes into the box, it's an 8.1 second stop for the man that put it on pole position. He rolls, will be in this train of cars as he works off a pit exit. A nice tidy execution for Adam Blocker to round out the pit cycle.
Maintains the main pack as well, so if anything, this is going to be extremely helpful for Blocker in the long scheme of things for the rest of this run, and if anything, takes away a lot of the concern in my opinion, compared to some of the others as more pit stops expected this time by.
There is the number 1 car. Not going to be the number 1 for much longer, of course, with less than 10 races to go in 2022. The man that leads seems to be on course to snatching the championship away from Blocker, as Luis Gonzalez Nunez will become the next of many to run his race down onto pit lane. It's been a relatively quiet day for Andrew Marquez, but he is our Moser Racing driver profile here today. It's been 13 starts for him after debuting at our season opener at Homestead just at the beginning of March. 2 top 10 finishes are his best result of the season. However, we know Marquez has the pace. We've seen it on a Monday night in the Open Series as well, but there is a learning curve coming to Lionheart and the competition that it delivers just in. Marquez still trying to find his groove.
Yes, indeed, he has to still try and find that precision and groove right now, and that's the tough thing, is just trying to gel in the right pack. You also don't want to end up getting to where you get so aggressive that you end up getting involved in multiple accidents. And that's the tough balancing act, right? You want to be able to perform well, but you also don't want to end up being someone who makes a bunch of enemies in your opening going.
Within 25 to go, Malechka continuing to extend as long as possible, maybe trying to reduce the pit stop time if possible. Blocker is not being held back by it just yet. Now works his way to fourth in line. Throw it to the inside of Harrington. Of course, the first car, one lap down. For Kraus, Malechka, Harrington, different thoughts on how they want this race to end. I do get the suspicion, JP, we get the cameras out, we're in for another photo finish.
I think so too, and the main thing is Phil Kraus is trying to set this up to be able to be the reverse of anything, I think, at this point, compared to a year ago. And at this point, I think the reason, too, you have to fight so hard is if you get a time into the caution flag, you take Walker out of the equation entirely here. Oh, a big bobble down the back straight away at the back of the pack.
He just about hold on. As cars scramble. Brian Beards in the bright yellow Synergy Motorsport number 5. We'll see Musselman peel off to the apron in front of him. He'll be the next car down to pit road in the factory-backed Motorsports machine. That was a little too close for comfort. Musselman almost speared himself out of pit exit.
Yeah, that was a very ugly pit entry in the first place. Musselman just seemed to have a hard time getting on the brakes in the first place. Went to the apron instead of staying on the track there. Usually we don't see drivers right here on this apron until right about here. And on top of things, he's struggling to slow it down. He's lucky he didn't end up having to snap of oversteer to the right into the wall.
About to hit 40 miles left to play here at Michigan. Still, Malechka yet to come down to pit road. Final cycle of pit stops should be underway for the entirety of the field within the next 5 laps. About 11 minutes left to run in this race. Which direction do we still have to swing? Malechka with a big lockup of the left front. Still able to get it slowed down in time. A close call for the 91. Beard and Branch and Sexton in behind Malechka.
Right, Bearden start 100, able to just get it down to pit road speed indeed. And that's now going to make things to where we have to watch where the 91 cycles out absolutely with all this. More pit stop calls expected here with these drivers entering the window.
Kraus is down low and has led a large number of laps. A big swibble, and Frazier around, looping it on the entry into pit lane. Surely this brings out the caution. Surely this changes the equation. He's still stranded on the entry to pit lane, but as Kraus trundles down at pit lane speed, we are still under green.
That is very, very lucky that that's not a caution flag right there, because Frazier was spun around on the apron there. Any higher up on the racetrack, and we're seeing the yellow flag, and this entire race flipped upside down strategy-wise here. But that is absolutely critical. Jay Brand has also had an issue during this pit stop sequence as a result of that.
I will just be honest and say I don't know how we're not under caution. I am befuddled. Kraus builds the speed. Now where does he emerge relative to Blocker? Almost alongside, but crucially behind. Blocker in front of Malechka, and then Taylor and Kraus, those that have already run their trips down to pit lane.
How much fuel are in the cars is the major thing. Matt Taylor's in the conversation with a bit of a heavier car now as well.
Harrington's off of pit road. He's going to be behind them as well, but will fresher tires prove to be key? Riggs, Brophy, pit lane for them this time by. Undercut has worked well. This is when the overcut and the fresh tires will start to pick up the pace.
In the case throughout the entire night so far, where we've seen that pendulum swing go back and forth. Harrington, though, critically though, just barely is held onto the back end of the draft of the main pack.
Let's grab a couple of looks then at that incident that should have brought out the caution. Somehow it did not. We'll grab first a look from our TV angles. Ooh, so it wasn't a pit entry. Frazier tries to slide up. Taylor pinches him off. Broken right rear suspension potentially for Frazier. Not much that he could have done once he was off the banking, once he was already sideways.
I'm surprised Matt Taylor's still running after that contact right there. You see bit of iRacing smiling going on.
Lanini, now the next car to pit road. Next time by, it's 15 to go. And the gaggle starting to build. Malechka, Blocker, Kraus, Harrington, Taylor, Brophy, Riggs, all within this leading group of cars. It could go any which way. 15 laps to settle it all.
Not going to be easy to square things up, though. Private label team hype hungry to try and peel things off here. You see that top line trying to be utilized to try and get the runs down the straightaways.
Rigney in the double zeros to pit road for him for the final time. Leaves just Matthias Kraus left on track as he looks to pick up yet another top 10 finish. This is that battle for the lead, with Blocker seeing behind him 3 of the private label team hype cars, just one teammate left to work with him. Kraus and Blocker almost come to blows. Some miscommunication between the two of them. Kraus loses some speed. Harrington, Brophy fire it around the outside.
Is Kraus's car damaged now as a result of that contact? They did have a bit of argy-barginess in final practice earlier on tonight.
Car seems to be okay. We've already seen one car require a change of front wing. Brophy loses some speed as well, and his car looks damaged.
Yeah, this is not looking pretty. I think Brophy might have nearly spun it around on the seams. Lucky to not loop it around, to say the very least. I think now at this point, something's going to have to give.
Who gives first? Will we see yet another crucial, large incident? Blocker trying to work with Malechka. 3 wide for a moment. Less than 12 laps to go as they come to the line. Almost 3 wide into turn 1.
Well, they're starting to get very aggressive with the blocks as well. It's getting a little bit wild, to say the very least. It's pretty clear. Swap drafting is out of the equation. Working together is out of the equation. It's time to race for the race win.
Lap traffic may have its part to tell as well. This tail not fully scripted just yet. 3 wide for second. Malechka will lead at the line. Some fighting behind as well. But in this leading group, it is anyone's game. With 11 laps left to play, 7 cars still have a chance of victory. Second gap behind the group of 8th on back is 3.5 seconds separated. You'd have to think they're too far back.
Oh, and Malechka the third is lucky not to have been pushing up into Kraus right there. How in the world did he not just send an entire arrow wash his way to the side?
They're all throwing moves. Brophy seems to have picked up the momentum again. Now almost gets run out of room by Mitchell Riggs. As Kraus looks to the inside of Blocker, Brophy went to the outside looking for a spot on the podium. There's a little bit of an issue for Connor Harrington. He's able to gather it up in time as well, but you can tell these drivers are pushing for all they're worth.
The bottom's starting to go away a little bit now in 3 and 4. Second time someone on the bottom is just about arrow washed up at the track.
Harrington and Taylor now the final 2 cars in line. 3 wide for the lead. Brophy up top. Blocker trying to paint the yellow line, but with the tires starting to go, Kraus may have timed it to perfection. Kraus roars to the race lead.
Traffic now within 10 car lengths is 3 wide. How in the world did Blocker force it?
They tried 4 for a second. We have seen moments like that before. Malechka and Brophy almost coming to blows. Blocker and nose in front of the line. 3 wide for second again. 8 laps to go. And traffic will have a story to tell as we work to the back of Paul Jenkins.
Jenkins needs to be smart with where he goes here. It looks like he's staying high.
What do you do when your rear view mirrors are filled with the sight of a lead fight almost 3 abreast? Still, it's Blocker that leads down low. Malechka trying to fend off Brophy, who's all the way to the outside of the track. JP, if you had a prediction, if you had $5 to throw away in Vegas, who's your money on? Who do you think comes out on top?
Well, at this point, I think still you have to put your money on Philip Kraus, but you never know with how this could play out. One bad move, and all the money thrown in may as well be lit on fire.
Remember the history books. Remember the closest ever finish in series history back in season 1, 1,000th of a second. The closest finish in Michigan, 15 thousandths of a second. 6 laps to go. It's trending in the direction of yet more series history. Blocker still leads from Malechka. Kraus starting to pick up the tempo. Harrington seems to have got his tires back into a comfortable window. 4 wide into turn 3, coming to 5 laps to go.
It's down to 7 drivers decided right now at this point, and at this mark, you need to be smart with the moves coming up to the point of no return in the next couple laps.
Twice this race has finished under caution. Seems as though the tires have worn to the point where you can hold the white line. Blocker looking comfortable. Brophy trying to duck all the way down low, trying to sniff a little bit of that draft. Blocker seems comfortable, but so did Kraus 12 months ago.
And earlier this season, some of the same players from open competition right in the thick of things again. Funny how things work out, right?
The cream will rise to the top, whether it's open setup, whether it's fixed setup. Again, fanning themselves almost 4 abreast. It's side by side for second. Brophy trying to pinch to Malechka a bit lower than Malechka wants to run. Still fighting all the way through the field, but again almost 4 wide into turn 3. 4 to go. 3 this time by.
When to return this time around. Next play ends the race.
Enjoy the sound of the engines. Enjoy the tension in the air as well. Brophy had a look again, trying to find a way down low. The outside line may be where you want to commit on the final lap of the race. We saw that leading at the white flag is no guarantee of victory when the checkered roars. 3 to go. 3 wide, into turn number 3.
Malechka the third just looks like he's on pins and needles trying to run this middle line in the midst of this 3 wide.
4 wide across the line as we mark 4 miles left to play. It is 3 drivers who fought for this win in 2021. 4 more drivers looking to spoil the party. Kraus still trying to make sure that Malechka is not going to be comfortably allowed to run to the end of this race. Again, 4 wide JP coming to white flag in hand.
Take a deep breath. One sudden move, and this entire race goes into crazy land.
1 final lap to set it all. Who has got the most confidence? Who has got the most to lose? 3 wide into turn 1. It is Adam Blocker that continues to lead as he looks to defend the victory from 12 months ago. Kraus with the momentum, Brophy with a little bit more. It's Malechka, though, that leads into turn 3 by the narrowest of margins. It is anyone's game. It's 4 wide through turn 4 for the very final time. It's yet another drag race. It's one that sees Adam Blocker lead to the line. A photo finish yet again, and 12 months on from the dramatic finish that saw Adam Blocker take the victory, Blocker does it again and roars his way back to HyperX victory lane.
How about that for a finish? My goodness.
0.03 of a second, the margin of victory. Less doubt than there was in 2021, but yet another race at Michigan that could have gone in any direction. Let's relive the final lap of the race once more. It was a tense one, JP.
I was not expecting to be 4 wide on the final lap. I did expect 4 wide at some point, but not at this point. Brophy really tried to make that outside line work, but several times I thought Malechka third and Kraus were going to get tangled up for a moment.
It's not always that you see drivers at speeds in excess of 200 miles an hour be able to hold their nerve, to be able to hold their lines. In a race with just the 2 cautions, it was the race to the finish that saw Blocker yet again roar his way into HyperX victory lane, and he celebrates, as he always does, with some well-deserved burnouts.
It's been a up and down season for Blocker, and this is truly one of those ups that I think for him, at the very least, he will absolutely be happy to have his 2nd victory of the season. And it comes at a track that he had success at just a year ago, his first victory since Long Beach.
It's just his 2nd victory of the season. The 2nd multi-time winner, the only one not named Philip Kraus. What a day it was. Chaos was expected, maybe less delivered than anticipated, but what a day it was. Here's a look at the SimRace 24/7 race results, with Adam Blocker victorious by just over 300ths of a second. It is Blocker's 34th career win in what is now a 110 career start. And it is also the 17th closest finish in Lionheart Series history. Phil Kraus will round out the podium, extends the streak that has built since the start of the year, finishing on the podium every single race in 2022. Jason Brophy just misses out in the 88 private label Team Hype machine. A great day for Mitchell Riggs after climbing his way forward, plus 23 in the 09 Ascari Autosport machine, has taken over the reins as the leading member of the team, delivered the performance today. Behind him, Connor Harrington, Matt Taylor, plus 12 for him, with Musselman, Branch, Beard, the top 10. Andrew Marquez works his way up 9 positions into 11th, with Sexton, Lanini, Van der Zandt behind. Be a disappointment for the 96 car, given the strength of performance that we saw from him in the early stages of the race. Kalisto, Benzi, Graf, Kraus, Hacker, and Rigney bookend the top 20, while behind them we see Alex Couillon in the Synergy Lavoie Motorsports 08 and Matt Houston, the 2 final cars left on the lead lap. Luis Gonzalez Nunez stranded 1 lap down, with Paul Jenkins 2 laps down, and then into the graveyard we go, with James Brandt, one of many to retire from this race, including Adam Fraser, Kite Bombers back, Brian Carey, Adriano Pinheiro, Stefan Larkamp, as well as Andrew Kinsella and Jason Galvin. 32 cars started, not all make it to the end of the race. That's going to lead us into our Lionheart HyperX post-race show, because the Lionheart Racing Series is powered by HyperX, makers of premier gaming gear like the legendary ultra-comfortable Cloud line of gaming headsets. Whatever you play, however you play. HyperX knows we're all gamers. For more information on HyperX products, visit hyperx.com. Let's go straight then into HyperX Victory Lane, where Adam Blocker is standing by. Adam, another great victory. It was a little bit of a lottery of a race, though. Talk to us first about the call on strategy to stay out through those first 2 cycles of cautions.
Well, honestly, the race wasn't as much of a lottery as it could have been if there were more cautions, but maybe I just saying that because I won. But yeah, Alex and I decided we knew we could make it work on fuel, especially because we were going to come out in the pack. And so, like, after the first stop, when I came out in the pack, I was saving. So then I was able to push flat out for the rest of the race. I think the main thing it gave me was just a little bit of comfort on pit in and pit out, because I didn't have to push hard to keep with the back of the train. But in the end, it was probably not the right call, because it was really risky, because I could have been trapped down for a lot of laps, but it ended up working out.
What's your mindset like in a race like this? How do you approach it mentally? How aggressive do you look to be?
Well, I wanted to keep track position, which is why I stayed out, because I was worried about being back in the pack and being in wrecks. So in the end, I was always going to fight to try to stay in the top 5 and then save as much fuel as I could. But then it turned out on the strategy I was on, I pretty much just had to push the whole way. And it really just helped having Rob up there, because we worked together most of the race, and Alex before he had issues, just swapping and controlling the lead. And so the last stint, Rob and I really worked together, and I think that was key to getting the team a win. Just I think one of us was going to win, just how we were working together. So.
Up next, it's a very different sort of an oval. You head to the Worldwide Technology Raceway this weekend with the NTT IndyCar Series. We head there 7 days from today. What do you expect as we head to the egg-shaped oval at Gateway?
Well, we race at an open. I think it's going to, hopefully the setup is conducive to passing, because it could be kind of tough to pass there, but hopefully I can qualify well, because that's what I did last year, qualified well, and then just won the race. So hopefully I can repeat that. Finally got some momentum back, because it's been a rough year. So.
Adam Blocker victorious for the second time this year. Adam, good luck in Gateway this weekend. We'll see what it holds in store for you 7 days from today.
Yeah, I just want to thank everybody on the team for all the work and helping me win the race. I thank you guys for calling the race. Also want to shout out to all the Lionheart guys that I met in Iowa. That was cool that the league meetup's back again. Hope to see more people back next year for that. And yeah, I just want to thank George and all the admins for all they do. See you guys there.
Adam Blocker, yet again victorious in the Lionheart IndyCar Series. We head to the second step of the podium, and we head to the man that looks the most comfortable on the track. It's Robert Malechka. Rob, talk to us about the rocket ship in the 91 that you had. What more did you need to do to grab the victory?
Yeah, it was good. Great teamwork with Adam there. Really just good communicating where the team talent guys were. And we kind of knew the bottom was probably the most dominant. You could maybe beat the inside car to the line. But with a teammate down there, it's not worth the risk. If you push somebody on their nose, if you get a little bit ahead, you can most likely beat them to the line. But really just defending from Phil and Brophy there, and kind of telling Adam where they're at, what kind of runs they have. So kind of doing a spotter roll. But yeah, great 1-2 for us, and hopefully we do that again next week.
In terms of working together in a race like this, how much communication is going on between you, Blocker, and Van de Sant as you block momentum, block the lines, and just try and make sure you're hooked up at the front?
Yeah, unfortunate. Alex kind of got some, it seemed kind of phantom nose damage that he wasn't up there. So we're actually kind of worried that Team Talon had the numbers advantage on us with Connor, Phil, and Brophy. But with Adam going kind of pitting early there, gave us the track position, and we know at least leapfrogging they couldn't really build that big of a run, but once they got close to us, that's when we had to commit to the bottom, we commit to the bottom, and like I said, just kind of telling Adam, because it's so loose on the bottom there, having to hold it down there, so I'm just kind of telling Adam where they are, where the runs are at, and how to work the draft.
Robert Malechka second on track, a 1-2 for Powerslide Motorsports. Want to quickly run through at least Phil Kraus, who finished third here today. Phil, it's another race at Michigan that you don't win, despite being in control for large portions, but this really was a lottery. How crazy was that race for you?
It was just another standard Michigan race. I wouldn't say anyone was really ever in control outside of Adam and Rob at the end, because once they had two cars kind of locked side by side, you couldn't build enough of a run to get on the third lane and get around them. But yeah, just a standard Michigan race. It was a race of all time. I don't know how the racing was further down. I didn't really see much of it, but hopefully everyone enjoyed watching it.
Just the two cautions, which was definitely good to see. After this, of course, two more races back-to-back still coming. First up, Gateway, and then a trip over to Motegi. What are you looking forward to in this next couple of weeks? Of course, very different sort of challenges, and I'm sure very different setups that you've got to get accustomed to.
Definitely looking forward to Gateway. Usually the short tracks are pretty strong for me. Motegi, I don't know. It kind of depends at that track, because it feels like if you're the leader at Motegi, nobody can touch you no matter what. But obviously that'll depend more on what Andrew can make, because if he can make something he can race the leader at at Motegi, it'll be quite good. But that's a pretty tall order to ask for. But really looking forward to Gateway and then the Motegi road course after the oval.
Clearly a man of fine taste. We'll let you run, Phil. Congratulations on the continued run of podiums. We'll see you in a week's time as we head to Gateway.
Yep. Cheers, Arjuna.
And we won't miss out the opportunity to speak to the final member of the private label team up contingent inside of the top 5. It is Jason Brophy. Jason, saw you were dialed up ready to chat to us. Talk to us about that race from your perspective.
Chaos, utter chaos. Glad I survived, honestly. You know, it was a pretty big struggle there for me. Early to the middle of the race, I was just fighting the car off the corner, you know, if I wanted it to turn, and I nearly lost it 3 or 4 times, but managed to actually perform good pit stops for once and cycle my way to the front, and then held on there. You know, Adam and Rob did a really good job of getting themselves to the front. Knew you could hold the bottom if you got, especially toward the end of the race, to cool down, but you could hold that bottom. I knew you could pass the leader, but not with a teammate sitting on the outside. If you couldn't, and then with other people in the pack, we couldn't build enough of a run to take a shot at them. And so it was a really great job by them. Great job for us on the team side of things. You know, we all finished, 3, 4, 6, I think. So really happy for that, for the private label team hype group.
Yeah, but I'm very disappointed, Jason. You told me that you were going to spin a couple of times today. I didn't get to shout about you spinning.
Did you not see with 20 to go? I spun. I just didn't turn around, apparently. I about lost it on the front stretch real hard. I was sure I was hit.
No, we saw you spin in qualifying. I think we missed that one, though.
No, I didn't spin. I spun after on qualifying.
Yes.
Yeah, on the front stretch with 20 to go, I came off 4 and I shot toward the grass. I had to save it, and then as I gathered back up, it went again, and I saved it, and I had to drop to the back of the pack. I think I was going to run. You know, I was up to 3rd or 4th there, and that dropped me back to the back of the pack. And I think it was probably our best shot because Rob had been cycled. You know, Rob had his issue, and I think, you know, if I don't have that issue, I think we can potentially team up on Adam and get ourselves to the front. And sadly, I, you know, made that mistake. And Rob did a good job get back up there quick enough. So
an eventful race for all. Great to chat to Jason Brophy, the private label team hype number 88. As always, great to talk to the various drivers, give us their time at the conclusion of this race. But JP, it is the 3rd of a quadruple header for these drivers. It is a tough time for them, and Gateway is a different sort of a challenge. Michigan will have been mentally taxing because they know how close to disaster they were at any one moment, but traffic will play its factor at Gateway. The speeds are immense at Gateway as well. We don't break here in the sim. We are basically committed maximum attack at the Worldwide Technology Raceway.
It's going to be a very difficult race, I think, for many drivers because, as mentioned, Turn 2 is very treacherous in this series. It's going to be a challenge, to say the very least, to see how these drivers fare out, trying to find their way around cars, try and make passes work, and those who are able to execute in the dirty air are going to be the ones who are able to succeed come next week.
It's going to be fascinating, that's for sure. After that, of course, we head over to Twin Ring Motegi for the first of the doubleheader. Yes, they'll be split by a couple of weeks, but very excited about heading first to the Oval at Twin Ring Motegi and then to the road course. Very much underused, underrated as well, if you ask me. But JP, we are winding down, of course. We're not focused so much now on the battle for the championship. Not focusing on the battle for your HyperX Team Championship or the ButtKicker rookie standings either. It's very much now about building momentum, building confidence, because we've had 2 years. Last year was an incredible run of form for Adam Blocker. This year was the incredible run of form for Phil Krause. Next year, every one driver wants to be the one that we are talking about.
And that's going to be so critical in terms of momentum for next year. The question is, which drivers are going to be able to sustain that momentum in the closing stages? We'll have to wait and see.
As always, a delight to have your company here on RaceSpot TV. What a race the ButtKicker Michigan 200 was. Before we say goodbye, we say thank you to those that make it possible. You're passionate about sim racing, but it always feels a little flat compared to the feeling of driving a real car. Now you can actually feel what it's like to drive a race car. ButtKicker haptic hardware and software are easy to install and let you feel every bump in the track, slip of your tire, and engine redline. The tactile feedback is so accurate and realistic, you'll be driving faster and having more fun than ever before. The Lionheart Racing Series is powered by HyperX, makers of premier gaming gear like the legendary ultra-comfortable Cloud line of gaming headsets. Whatever you play, however you play. HyperX knows we're all gamers. For more information on HyperX products, visit hyperx.com.
Next Level Racing is an industry-leading cockpit and motion simulator manufacturer devoted to creating the most immersive experience possible for the global sim racing community. Take your racing to the next level and visit www.nextlevelracing.com.
Moser Racing is revolutionizing sim racing with the development of industry-leading hardware and software products like their R9 direct drive wheelbase and GS steering wheel. Featuring zero-delay wireless technology and made from high-end materials, Moser Racing delivers the precision you need to reach victory lane.
Gomez Sim Industries are makers of high-end esports equipment and controls. Precision built using nothing but the best materials available today. Passion and handmade craftsmanship drive each made-to-order build, creating a driving experience like no other. Visit GomezSimIndustries.com.
And it's not just them, but so many more that make this all possible. To learn more about the partners of the Lionheart Racing Series, or to find out about the 3 competitions the sanctioning body puts forward, head over to LionheartRacingSeries.com. Stay tuned on social media for the latest comings and goings from within the virtual paddock. The busy week for Lionheart continues. Tomorrow, the drivers of the Lionheart Retro Series head to the streets of Long Beach. It is bound to be electric as we get underway for the Sim Race 24/7 Grand Prix of Long Beach, presented by Gomez Sim Industries. The next time the Lionheart IndyCar Series is underway is 7 days from today from the Worldwide Technology Raceway for the HyperX 200 at Gateway. On behalf of the entire team at RaceBot TV, delighted to have your company again on a Wednesday evening. For Justin Prince, for myself, Arjuna Kankipati, thank you so much for enjoying the coverage of the ButtKicker Michigan 200. Yet again, the Irish Hills of Michigan put on a show. Just 2 cautions and a photo finish that see Adam Blocker become repeat winner #1 in the Lionheart IndyCar Series at the Michigan International Speedway. We'll be back in 7 days' time. For now, though, so long and goodbye. We'll see you next time on RaceBot TV.